Jay, come on, man. Oh, I know I lost a lot of weight, man, but come on. Come on, man. I get that all the time. You all right? Man, I am, man. And my board is not represented. What's going on now?
The time is now 4:45 on Monday, November 11th. I call this City Council Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Garrett. You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. I will now read the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes and or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes and or additions, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance of the City Council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. Everyone is subject to the disorderly person City Code subsection, which was read earlier. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. I'm going to speak on the situation with the Hassel. Like I stated 2 weeks ago, like when I first met Hassel, I was with Mays and he disappeared in the crowd, and you kicked him in the, I said, what happened to Mays? They kicked him in the butt because he went to pick up a bubble gum, and then from then on, I realized what Hassel's syndrome was all about. But Mays unlocked the padlocks off of it since then, and I've been invited to Philadelphia to celebrate May's indefinite, because we will take it off the thing indefinitely, thanks to Ward 1 and another thing, jumping on Miss McIntyre's about them signs, burning up her face on them. She looked like a black Mona Lisa. She looked, but in Ward 1, I want to say, for the record, to the peoples in Philadelphia, I was invited back to my childhood, my first fight with a gang over there in Philadelphia. They refused to let me ring the bell because you're to break it, you little darky. So now I'm invited by May's Millennium Lawyers. He's going to have his birthday party on December 7th. My jet is already paid for, and my living is, he wants me to celebrate May's victory for taking care of Castle where they got beat up by the popo, and I went to the court with him over there, and the judge, a brown judge, a Mexican judge, a woman, I was backing up for me. She said, come here, sir. Now I'm going to come. You do that, you're going to get arrested. I feel like I was assaulted, but I was raised that Christians are supposed to take your fellow brothers, peoples to court. They said, our weapon is more than, that's what I was 1963, about 60 years ago. 63, and me and my brother was trapped over there in Philadelphia around there, and they made us go to the pickle factory and work to make our own way back to Flint. And the baddest gang over there, the Coattails, one of the pickle, I didn't know what, I seen Lightfoot coming towards the field. They was just coming to see a fight. He come take Rich. After the dude left, they had set the fight up for me. I would have killed that little I didn't know what a Puerto Rican is black. I don't know, but I do. But I was trained not to kill nobody. But I feel like Marcus S., when they invited him to the Middle East, he came back and his own peoples killed him. The same thing. When my brother went up fighting me to the Middle East, Dunlap talking about God. I ain't never got an argument with a preacher. But Monty always told me, why you doing? My brother wants to church. Anyway, I'm looking at that clock. I just let somebody else talk.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Betty Garrett.
Good evening. My name is Betty Robs Garrett. I'm 88-year-old, and I spent 59 of my years as a resident of this city. I'm a retired RN, and I worked as a precinct chair for many years in this city. I'm here this evening as a concerned citizen. Never have I seen so much chaos surrounding an election as I've witnessed in this local election. What is going on here in the city of Flint? The right to vote is not only a right, but it's a privilege and a responsibility. This is what we have been telling our eligible young voters, and often they respond by saying, why should I vote? It won't make any difference. My vote won't count anyway. My response to them is, I haven't always won, but my vote counted. Keyword, counted. Well, it seems like this council has just proved these young people right. You asked me how? Glad you asked. As I stated earlier, I've worked multiple elections, and never have I been instructed to disregard a ballot or a vote for any reason, unless it is a spoiled ballot. My question this evening is how a candidate who wins the popular vote for his or her position can be denied to take the seat legally. I know a ballot can be challenged, but this takes place at the precinct, as the voter is voting, not after the ballot has been processed and counted. In the election held on November the 5th, the position for the council seat in the 3rd Ward has hit a snag. My understanding is that even though the citizens in the 3rd Ward voted in large numbers for the person they want to be their voice on the council, they are being denied the position by this council. Now, why are these citizens being denied their legal right? Are they not capable enough to know who they want? Do they need, what some may say, an outsider to tell them who they need? If so, why? Does their choice not meet the requirements for the position? What qualifies this council to take the choice away from the people living in the 3rd Ward? The people in the 3rd Ward spoke out on November the 5th, and the poll at the poll for who they want to be their voice. Let their voice count. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Wayne Wilson Bay.
Good evening, Council. Wayne Wilson Bay. We voted, and that's how y'all got here. Did nobody, when it came time for you to take your seat, didn't nobody deny you your seat? You here. So what's wrong with respecting the vote, the majority of the vote of the 3rd Ward? This ain't about like or dislike. If that was our focus, then we'll never get none done, which it seems like that's what's going on. That's not how mature people conduct themselves. When you took the seat, you sat down, you read what your responsibilities were, and why we got to be up here doing that? Telling y'all what it is that, y'all ought to be doing. Just accept the popular vote and let's move on. You know, I say that, you know, Beverly, I didn't even know her, really. Somebody just said that, you know, she was somebody that cooked dinners. So I went up there and bought a dinner, and it was, you know, for me and my mother. She found out that I was taking care of my mother, and I ain't paid for a dinner after that. She sent one not just for my mother, but for me as well. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about somebody that has some form of compassion. You know, when my mother passed away 2 years ago, you know what I'm saying, she didn't charge, you know, what, you know, a big catering thing is. She showed some form of compassion. So what I'm saying is, like, you got somebody that actually cared, not for self. You know what I'm saying? If she had to been part of any type of recall drives, it had to been something that was valid. It wasn't some vindictive motive type stuff. You know what I'm saying? But if we really concerned about our citizens and we see a council member that's doing something that's unethical, you're supposed to try to recall them. Because why would you want somebody that's not for the right thing still sitting up there on the seat? So why be in your feelings about that? Seriously. You know, just the majority rule. This is democracy, not a totalitarian. We don't care who's sitting in the mayor's seat. We still for the people. It's not something that I have personally against him. I ain't never met him, but I'm just saying, though, if anybody on this seat is a lackey for him, then you ain't for the people.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mary Wright.
Mary Wright, 5th Ward. For all those that need glasses, put them on and read my sign. For all those that can't hear, unplug your ears and listen. We, the people, have spoken. We voted. Everybody in 3rd Ward voted for Beverly Bigs. So quit being puppets and letting the puppet master pull your strings and do what you're supposed to do and get that woman her seat. I told y'all it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Pastor Kevin Thompson.
Good evening, Council, and to the residents of the city of Flint. My prayer is that we walk in integrity and walk in love. Weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds and casting down every vain imagination and everything that exalts itself against the knowledge of God. I do want to say to the council people, thank you for those who are compassionate about the city of Flint, about the city of Flint. And I just want to say that those who are not compassionate, we know who you are. We're continuing to pray for you, because we know at our church there's a lot of prayer, a lot of power, a little prayer, a little power, no prayer, no power. Our city needs to walk in excellence. It's time for us to stop being in a desolate place. We need to look out for each other and take care of our city with the ARPA funds. That's somewhere we need to take care of business with that. Take care of our city instead of taking care of everyone else. We need to, charity starts at home and then spread abroad. The St. Mark Community Outreach Center and the St. Mark Church, we are in need of monies to be able to take care of our community when it comes down to giving out food. We have been exhausting a lot of our own finances to be able to do it for the city of Flint, as well as many of our other distribution sites. We have been talking to other people to help each distribution site, and we need the help. And so we're asking for the help because we distribute food to over 400 people every other week. We also do DoorDash for those who qualify for DoorDash, and we do senior boxes each week. All we asking is that we take care of the residents like we should have when the ARPA funds money came anyway. From the beginning, we should have put roofs on houses, we should have put windows on people's homes, and we should have fixed sidewalks. We need to take care of each other. And so my prayer is that after today, that we move forward in a spirit of excellence and operate with a spirit of excellence and move forward in the things of God and make our community is great. We don't have to make it great again. Our community is great. So let's walk in love and let's walk in unity. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Gladys Williamson.
You need to leave. My name's Gladys Williamson. I'm out of the 9th Ward. And actually, Beverly Bigs, as of tonight, she should be up there in that 3rd Ward seat. That's right. Absolutely right. And when you don't walk with honor and some values and some morals, which this board is way lacking, because what you did and the things you pull with the police latching on to people is nothing more than communism. And I would also like to say that these garbage cans and these made-up rules that come up from downstairs to you and out of your mouth, Lewis, I'm talking to you. When you sit up and you rattle off a bunch of lies about them garbage cans and about how I have to sit home on Fridays, my garbage day, and wait for the garbage man to come so I can unlock my gate so he can go in my backyard and get that can, take it to the road, then put it back in my backyard and me lock my gate back up is a lie, because I called Priority and Priority said they do not care how the garbage gets to the road. We can use the cans or we cannot use the cans. All depends on if we're able to carry that stupid can, which I can't, so anybody of any age, if they're not able to carry that can to the road, they will pick up your garbage bags. Or they will even come to your backyard and get your garbage can. They are not the ones that are toting these communist heavy arm rules. That would be the mayor and people like Lewis and Mershot and Presley and that 1st Ward guy that got his tail up too and left because he can't stand the truth either. And I would also like to tell everybody that Priority told me that they are extending the garbage waste, the yard waste, to November 30th. So you have until November 30th to put your yard waste out to the curb for them to pick it up. And I just want to say, God is good all the time.
Speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Renee Savage.
Hello, I'm Renee Savage. I just don't understand why Beverly Bigs can't get her seat. The people who have spoken, y'all said vote, get out and vote, get out and vote. We did. Why is she back here? What's so bad about her? Y'all got Elon up there, and I know for a fact he was having sex with one of his one of the people he was renting his house to. I know that for a fact. And I would like to know, where is the water money? It's somewhere sitting, drawing interest. Who gonna get the interest? And where is the art money? Why the citizens of Flint can't have it? Haven't we suffered enough from the water and everything else? Give Beverly Bigs her seat. That's why y'all don't want her to have it, because she for the right and a bunch of y'all ain't for the right. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good afternoon. Judy, you were surprised to see me at the GOP meeting this week, wasn't you? You didn't think I knew all those GOP people, huh? Got real shaken when you saw me, just like you are now. I allowed y'all to have a good time this week and celebrate Trump winning. But the next meeting, I'm going to bring it to you. So you might as well be ready, because I still see you as a fake-ass Republican. Here's the problem. You're going to do it.
Sure.
Point of order.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is your point?
Our speaker had violated council rules. He said he called Judy a fake-ass Republican.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Woodson, according to council rule, just give me 1 second and I'm going to pull this up for you. According to council rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of allotted time, or any other violations of these rules. Rule 29.9 states any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, the person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. Mr. Woodson, we've gone down this road a couple of times about the choice words. I am going to go ahead and take the floor from you. I do look forward to your comments during council meeting. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I
appeal the ruling.
Point of order.
There is an appeal. Is there a second to the appeal?
I second that.
There's a second to the appeal. Please start Mr. Pfeiffer's 1 minute.
The rule that she stated does not state which words are vulgar, which words are vulgar, how any of this, and you see the attorney walking away because he doesn't want it. So, at no point should we disallow a First Amendment right. And you, as the Second Ward council person, the Second Ward council person just repeated it word for word. So isn't she in violation, and shouldn't she get a warning?
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Will you please start my minute? So the councilwoman, in bringing him to order, she did say, and I quote, as in quoting him, to understand the language that was being brought to order. Rule 29.8 states any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, for speaking in excess of the allotted time, or any violation of these rules. 29.9 states any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, the person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. The chair has ruled that Mr. Woodson, who has violated this rule repeatedly at other meetings, so he is aware of it, is out of order. This is the roll call vote to overturn the ruling of the chair that Mr. Woodson should yield his time. So yes, overturns the ruling of the chair. No, sustains the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alleman? No. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Stupid as hell.
Ms. Mashab?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Yes. The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That means the ruling of the chair stands. Mr. Woodson, we look forward to your comments during council. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
All y'all need an IEP.
The next speaker is Eddie Madden.
I'm sorry, please hold. Miss Gladys, you cannot yell out like that. That is your first warning. That is your first warning. I'm sorry, whose name did you call, Madam Clerk?
Eddie Madden.
Madam Clerk, I would ask that you speak up and speak a little bit more clearly, please. RL, please stop yelling out.
Yes, dear.
Sir, you do have the floor. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eddie Madden. I'm in the First Ward. Again, you're not going to like what I got to say, but I still love you. I want to bring up the topic about the Pearson Road cleanup. From my understanding, somebody gave my First Ward councilman a lot of kudos for having that done. I talked to the Elgar people while they were doing the cleanup, and they did not once mention my council person's name, but they did mention, the people over at Department of Public Works. And I'm wondering why he got so much praise for it, okay? I mean, really, I couldn't understand it. But then somebody said, yeah, there was a small post about him being, a little bit involved with it. I said, oh, okay, my bad. All right, maybe he did do something. But me, I don't know, this being a union town, and I'm somewhat of a union person, I believe in giving the credit to the people who actually do the work. And since Elgar was kind enough to share their time and effort and muscle to do it, I'm sure you won't mind, you won't blame me if I give them the credit, okay? I'm sure you won't, hopefully you don't mind, all right? That was one thing. The other issue was, if somebody says something about something, an individual, if it's true, it's not slander. Now, I don't know if you were referring to the signs or not that I had, but like I said, if it's true, it's not slander. I don't know what's going on with the Third Ward, but I worked the poll at the Third Ward, and when I pulled up, guess whose sign I saw in the Third Ward? One of them big donkey signs of my First Ward council person. Now, maybe he had permission. I don't know how that works. Maybe he had permission, but in any case, from what I understand, that's a violation of election law, campaign law, or whatever the case might be, okay? So what I did, I made a phone call. Hey, guess what? Mr. El-Amin got his sign over here. Bring one of them signs over and put it next to his. Of course, when I got done, guess what? His sign was gone and that little sign was gone. Tampering with somebody else's sign also is a crime, okay? Ms. Lewis gave him a compliment about running a clean campaign. If that's clean, Ms. Lewis, I don't know what you call dirty. Ms. Candace gave him a attaboy for running a professional campaign. If that's professional, I don't know what your definition of professional is, okay? But at any rate, like I said, I know it should not have happened. The other issue would be about the trash cans. Why are we forced to use a trash can with his name on it? When he's gone, his name is still on the can, and he has nothing to do with it. Now, if his name was on the building, I could see it.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
I got my point across. Thank you.
The next speaker is Aoni Gilcrest. Aoni Gilcrest.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear my name. Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So, Council, I'm here on behalf of the Flint branch of the NAACP, where Francis Gilcrest is the president, and I'm the PAC chair for the branch. And I just wanted to quickly just talk about the process of the election. And I think all of you know that we don't want to get confused in recalls and elections. And how did we get to what we call an election? And I think, Ms. Donahue, you and I have talked about this early on, And I think the first process is that language is filed, language is approved, signatures are gathered, signatures are approved, and then it becomes an election. It's not a recall election, it's an election. And that took place. And as to whether I like the results, that should be where we should fall at. We should follow counsel on what the process is and the process to be followed. If the process is in order, we should follow it. Doesn't mean that the person that I want to win won. That's not the process. The process is you follow and you take whoever has won, that's who gets the seat. Just like all of you up there. You had opponents, but you guys won. You takes the seat. A lot of you up there, people didn't vote for, but you won. That's the process. Even the late Murphy himself said, that's the democratic process. And once that has taken place, council, we should follow that. We should do, especially elected officials, should do all that they can to ensure the people of the community that their vote counts. We're having so many problems trying to get people to vote. And especially community leaders should especially do all that they can to ensure people that their vote does count and we should be engaged.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The next speaker is A.C. Dumas.
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I want to say about the process. I'm not talking about elections. This meeting is out of order. It does not follow the charter. All offices are vacant at 12:01 a.m. on the first Monday of November. I've been down here longer than anybody in this chamber, unless Mr. Garrett is here. The process is the clerk, and Ms. Davina, you got to step up. The clerk calls the meeting of the organization to order. They vote to choose a president. Once that person gets 5 votes, then the president-elect takes over the meeting, and then you vote for a vice president. Another misnomer, that the president does not appoint chairs. The charter says the city council members appoint chairs. I don't know why y'all keep violating the charter. That is the charter, Ms. Davina. This meeting is out of order. You don't have the meeting and then do the organizational chart. Candace Mache is not the vice president. It ended at 12:01 this morning. Liddell Lewis is not the president. It ended at 12:01 this morning. That's the charter. That's the charter. Mr. Attorney, that is the charter. I've been coming down here for so many years. We all know how it happened. And it goes round and round and round and round until you get 5 votes. Then the person gets 5 votes. The clerk turns the chair over to the president-elect. That's the charter. I don't know what y'all goofy rules say, but your goofy rules don't override the charter. And y'all let Miss Machette, y'all should say, no, ho. That's violation of the law. But it's nothing but that most of you violate the law anyway, so it don't make no difference.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Beverly Bigs Levy.
My name is Beverly Bigs Levy. You don't want to give me the seat because you don't went around here telling all the pastors in Flint that I am not council material. Now, who made you God? Who put you in heaven? The pastor's coming to me, telling me what you guys said. Now, where he get it from? He had to get it from you, because on Saturday and Sunday of last week, you were out there telling people don't vote for the 3rd Ward because you the president of the council and you're going to pick someone for the seat. Y'all can do whatever you want to do, because when it all boils down, I'm going to get that seat. So you do whatever you please. Y'all can, the 4 can stick together, but somebody's gonna break. Now, which one of you gonna do it? Don't know, don't care. I got 589 signatures. How many did you get? When you got put in, how many did you get? It wasn't that many. Y'all better wake up and smell the coffee, because it stink. All 4 of y'all stink. And you know who you is. 1, 2, 4, and 7. Now, all the money that I spent out for the campaign, how would I get that back? What y'all gonna do about that? Finance money. What y'all gonna do about that? And if we have to come back and do it over again, we gotta pay another $100? What we got to do about that? Davina, we got to pay another $100? Nobody want to say nothing because all of y'all know you're wrong. But it's all right. Like you say, you got elected. I got elected. I got elected. I was not chosen. I got elected. Now, what you got to say about that, Candace? You said the 10th precinct, it ain't 25 to 30 people over in the 10th precinct. Add it up. If you can't, I'll add it for you. But I think you, with that red lipstick on, I think you can add yourself. Y'all all up here is ugly. Y'all don't want to do what's right because you know I'm not going for that garbage that y'all want me to go for. And you know it. I will not. I am not. I'll go for making sure that things are right. But if you think I'm going to agree to that garbage that y'all do, it will never happen.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Sandra Jobin.
Good evening, my name is Sandy Jobin. Oh, pull this up. Do I need it? Okay. I am not from this district, but I am getting more aware of what's happening in Flint and what it affects all around the Genesee County as far as I'm concerned. And there is a lot that's going on. And the public need to know how that the Flint people are treating other Flint people. This is ridiculous. when the police are overstepping their grounds as far as wrestling people, 70-year-old women, and, hurting them or taking them out for freedom of speech, I believe we have. Is this United States, freedom of speech? That's what I thought. And I thought the votes count. Wasn't it the people sitting here screaming that we vote, we vote, we vote? And that's what counts. So I came here tonight to congratulate the woman that took the seat, and I found out she's not even here. So according to charter, according to this gentleman back here, the charter, if 4 of you guys got up and walked out, they wouldn't be able to have the quorum to vote on the president. So I don't know. I'm just waking up to all this stuff. I've been involved around for about 3 years now. And there's some people in here that's very uncomfortable with me speaking because they know that they took bribes, not money, but material stuff. And they also know that they are not really what they call an in-name Republican. But I'm not mentioning any names here, but I'm sure you guys all know who I'm talking about. So, I'm sorry that I make you uncomfortable, that you have to call me out at a GOP meeting because you sat on the board. So you call me out at a GOP meeting and tell me when I wasn't even speaking. So I don't know what the problem is between you and me, but I don't like fake Republicans. And you know what? I've said this 3 years ago. When we, the people, get together, Republicans, Democrat, Independents, whatever you want to be, I call us United States citizens. When we all get together, we'll figure this establishment out and get rid of. Good evening.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Sher Allen.
Hello, can you hear me? Davina, I'm gonna start with you first. Look, I know you need your job. You got bread. You got to feed your family. But your responsibility as a city clerk, when it came down to that election, you should have never had those names for the third ward on that ballot. If you did that, discretionary should have been that it'd be honored. And you had that discretionary power, and you chose not to take it. Now, you know you could be recalled, too. So you better start thinking about what you're doing on this side, because these are one and dones. First, second, fourth, well, she already here, and 7. This is their last go round. They're not getting no more. So yeah, but they taking all they can right now, and you letting them, Davina. I look at you people, first, second, fourth, and 7, and you have no empathy. Do you know what empathy means, Dr. Lewis? No feelings, no compassion, no love, and it shows on your face. You look like you're on the other side of the world. And the other side of the world is the bad world. You want to put the demon in it? You look like demons sitting up there. You don't even smile. And the other thing is like this. If you're going to pray to every city council meeting, what God you praying to? Because it's not my God. It's not a Christian God. It's not a God of love and compassion and caring and kindness. It's not, and being concerned to take care of the poor people, and especially in the city of Flint. God is watching everything you're doing. He's an all-knowing, all-seeing God. So I think you better get yourself together, because you know what else is happening? It's the end times coming. Jesus is coming back, and right now, the wrath of God is being poured out. That's why you guys are so evil right now. You got the evil spirit on you. You better get it right. Start thinking about residents or somebody. You care about somebody other than yourselves. That's selfishness. That is not of God. So when you leave this part of the world, you think about it before you take your last breath. What did I do to these people? How did I mess their people up? What did I gain for me? $1. And you know what? The love of money is not acceptable in God's world. You cannot love money and love God. So don't tell me you need to pray every time you come up here. And the other thing is, you guys were brought here to help the enemy surround the city by conducting a war on attrition. Attrition means poor leadership and poor management to eliminate the power of the people or in your organization.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lana Terry.
Good evening. My name is Lana Terry. First, I want to congratulate Ms. Beverly Bigs for winning third ward seat. And then second, I want to talk about something that happened a couple weeks ago. I remember the second ward council person telling Councilman Pfeiffer he missed some weeks and he wasn't representing his ward. But if I recall, she was the person that stirred up the get Councilman Mays suspended for 30 days. So that means first ward wasn't represented, but you so worried now about who's being represented. And then you turned around and made sure he got suspended for 90 days. You wasn't worried then. Now third ward doesn't have nobody sitting there, so you need to keep the same energy and make sure third ward is represented and let them put Beverly Biggs Levy in that seat.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is John McFadden.
Good evening, Council. First of all, I agree with the rest of the residents about that third ward race there. If it was an election and the majority won, the majority should be seated in that seat. And then if you guys feel that you see what the people already spoke on, that this is what they want, y'all should appoint her to that seat. And the next thing I was down here for is about the sale of Oak Park down here. By that not really being a sale to the Oak Park, I believe that all that money should be spent right there in Oak Park, instead of spread it all over to other places. Oak Park been neglected for over 60 years. And it need to be, when it redone, be done with all the latest equipment. You know, like when you go out there to read a book or look at your computer, you can plug into solar electricity and all that right there at that park. Instead of giving that money to other parks, make that one good park right there, because it is a historic park and it needs to be treated that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The last speaker for this meeting is Angelita Adams.
Good evening, good evening. My name is Angelita Adams, and I just have one question. Since Beverly Biggs won this election fair and square, and you guys are not going by the rules and regulation, what are y'all gonna do to reimburse her for all the hard money that she spent on her election? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. And an individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there any council member who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
I believe when we talk about democracy, and I think everyone has stated,
When you run, who gets the most votes, you win. That's the process. This process was flawed. The election had started. People had cast votes, so people were disenfranchised. Emotions got in the way, but it is clear that the top vote getter was 589 votes for Beverly Bigs leaving. That's the will of the people. The people spoke. The people voted. They got out. They cast their votes for who they wanted. Doesn't matter if we like them. It's not our choice. This should be an election and not a selection. I have stated that I wasn't comfortable with selecting because for the one reason, the election had started. There's a similar race, Tim Sneller's race. He also unfortunately died while in office. His votes were allowed to, they opened it up, and then the votes went through. They selected someone. They didn't do this. Only in Flint does everything get extremely messy. I'm not in agreement with this decision. I won't change it. I feel it should have been done, let the votes go through, because at that point we had 4 candidates. What if one of the other candidates, something had happened? Do we stop the race? And so it's unfortunate that, again, we're getting attention drawn to us, and this is for voting. Not in agreement with, I don't even know where the legal opinion is. And for you, Madam Clerk, I would like to see the legal opinion that you were given that stated that these votes will not be counted. I would like to see that. I would.
Thank you. Is there any other council members who wish to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, regards to Ms. Biggs and the election, there was no election. The election will not be certified, and Ms. Biggs has lost at every level in the courts. This was supposed to be a recall election. The election had not started before he died. So there will be no election. There was no election. End of story.
Thank you. Is there any other council member who wishes to speak during council response?
Yes.
Councilwoman in the
Madam
5th Ward,
Chair.
you have the floor.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for coming out, for being engaged in the process, for coming up to the podium, speaking your opinions, issues, concerns, what have you. I want to say this. I agree. The 3rd Ward spoke loud and clear. And as elected officials, we should honor the will of the people. That's why we're here. That's why we are sitting here, because of the will of the people. But you know what? I'm going to just say this. Our clerk, our city clerk, she has a responsibility. None of this should even be going on, because as the clerk, she could have made the call. She could have. But see, she's so busy listening to what they call, unquote, the leadership of the council. And I've never heard of that. I've been on this council going in 8 years. I've never heard of the leadership of the council. We were all elected up here. We have the same voice. There's no one on top. There's no one who are the elite up here. We were all elected. So I'm going to put it on the clerk. It was her call. I've heard so many different complaints about this past election. I'm just over it. I'm disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, I got to disagree with you. It's not about the will of the people. In case you missed it, this is not about the will of the people at all. This is about control and power. And on top of that, it's about personal gain. It's about personal gain first and foremost, because putting Miss Beverly Bigs in her duly elected third ward seat, I don't not want to say how people will vote, but people would lose power, and they're not going to let that happen. I promise you, if their selected person had won, then they would be up here grandstanding to get that person in that seat. So don't be fooled. It's not about the will of the people. It's not about doing right. It's about power, and it's about personal gain, and making sure you keep that power. Because once they got the taste of that power, folks that never had power before, they don't ever want to lose that. So they will weaponize the police against residents. They will say, you can't say anything, you can't talk. You're not allowed to speak against us, or else I'm going to weaponize the police against you. So this is not about the will of the people. Don't be fooled.
Thank you. Is there any other council people who wish to speak during council response? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. What we must realize is that we have rules. Everyone has rules. This council has rules. This city has rules. And we're supposed to go by the rules that say the city charter. If colleagues would like to see the legal opinion that was asked from Kirk Donahue, it is within our email. But what we must realize is that we had an election. An election was scheduled for a recall of Quincy Murphy. Quincy Murphy passed away. You cannot recall a deceased person. So therefore, the election is null and void, and you go over to what the charter say, appointment. All of this is per charter. You cannot recall you can't recall someone that's deceased. So when the clerk announced that we have to appoint the candidates, a lot of them, they stopped campaigning. There's no need to campaign for an election that was already stated that's not going to be valid. We must make sure that we continue to follow the rules. And unfortunately, that seems to be a precedent that we have set, that rules do not matter. Although
Can we pause the time, please, Madam Clerk? I would ask the audience, because this is now time for council response. The audience needs to allow the council to respond. All of the extra volume and stuff, please stop it. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what we must realize is that after the clerk already announced that this recall election was not valid, we had approximately 542 undervotes. And what does that mean? Although Ms. Biggs-Libby received 589 votes, we had 1,900 people that did not vote for her. We had 542 people that understood that this election was not going to count. So what did they do? They did not cast their vote. We must realize that Mr. Sneller was not involved in a recall election.
Please pause her time. So audience, I'm going to ask, this is the last time that I'm going to ask. You have to stop. It is now time for council response. The council has the right to respond to things that were stated, and they have a right to respond uninterrupted, as you had an opportunity to speak without being interrupted.
Point of order, Madam Clerk.
What is your, yes.
Excuse me, Madam
yes.
Vice President. So we have individuals holding up the signs blocking the view, which is...
All right, so officers, you've heard me ask several times that audience members please stop yelling out. Can you please help us maintain order in the chambers? Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. What is your point?
Can you state the rules specifically that states you cannot hold a sign? I haven't seen it.
I don't believe that they're holding a sign. They are blocking the view, and so that's the issue.
Blocking
so
the view of
go ahead. Can we please add 10 seconds? Please stop yelling out. That is your first warning. And if you're wondering who I am warning, you have glasses. Correct. Absolutely. That's who I'm warning. That's your first warning. Continue.
Thank you. And so it's unfortunate when you're stating the rules, you get booed and you get heckled. The point is that that election was not valid. And so therefore, after we appoint someone according to charter, you are free to put your name on the ballot to be elected, which will be scheduled in the next coming election. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I will go ahead and take my time. I do want us to be clear because you all keep using the words election. There was no election. Unfortunately, there was a recall election that was supposed to take place, and the untimely passing of Councilman Murphy stopped the process of the recall election. And according to the city clerk, the county clerk, the state clerk, and the courts, it was kicked back down to council to make an appointment within 30 days per our charter. Since we seem to be so concerned about our charter tonight, let's talk about the violation of the charter by us not appointing. The way that we get to an election for the third ward to actually have their voice is that we have to appoint, we have to set the election, which we are prepared to do so quickly so that the third ward can actually vote in who they would like to represent them. Let's not stand up here from organizations in which they are historically called to make sure that right is being maintained and spread misinformation from historical organizations. Let's not do that. There was no, and with Mr. Sneller, unfortunately, someone who passed untimely as well, he was not in the middle of a recall election, he was in the middle of a normal election. And so his election went forward because they were not trying to recall him, so everyone's name that was on the ballot was on the ballot. Again, in the third ward, the thing that made the case different was that this was a recall election and you cannot recall a deceased person. Once the council appoints a new third ward representative, then we can set a special election and the third ward is free to vote in and elect whomever they'd like. A couple of us have been through the appointment process themselves. I was a part of the appointment process, and as someone stated, I am indeed an elected official sitting in this chair. Thank you. This is close of council response. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. I will accept a motion for the consent agenda. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda. It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Are there any separations? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
I'd like to separate 240505.
240505?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that your only separation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there any more separations? Are there any more
Yes, madam.
Go ahead, Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
I would like to separate 240341.1 and 240506.
All right, Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you said 240341.1, and then you also said 240506?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that is all separation.
That is actually a complete separation. So what we will do now is there is a special order on here in which they wanted 5 minutes to speak about Christmas at Door Federal. I'm not sure, are they here? Okay, there is someone here for that. Is there a motion from the council to move this special order up?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
So moved.
All righty. So we will now,
Madam Chair.
go ahead, Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
I'm sorry, but you know what? We cannot do that. Did we already call for changes to the agenda?
Yes, you did.
We did, yes, ma'am. You are correct, Councilwoman. Thank you very much. You are correct.
I wasn't there, I'm sorry.
All right, so that special order will stay where it is placed on the agenda. So moving on to Resolution 240341.1. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Make a motion to move it to council.
There is a motion on the floor to move Resolution 240341.1, which is recommending vacation of Robert Street between East Stewart Avenue, north lot lines of Lot 234, which is 4401 Robert Street, and Lot 285, 4402 Robert Street of the Maplewood Plat. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there a discussion? Yes, Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I will not be supporting this resolution at this time. I'm just going to say this. Why are we circumventing committee? The 3 resolutions on this agenda did not go through committee. And I am sick and tired of it. This is not, special affairs is not an actual committee meeting. Committee is where we do the work. Special affairs is designed to, for example, have things that we need before we move resolutions to council. Let's say we've talked about it in committees. We may need one more document to seal the deal to move it to council. This is not a committee meeting. And I'm really angry that we continue to circumvent the process. You go to committee, you do the work, then you vote to send it to council. This is not a committee meeting. So I will not be voting on the 3 resolutions on this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion on Resolution 240341.1? All right, moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like the floor? Seeing as how there is no one who would like the floor in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote to send Resolution 240341.1 to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. He is not in. Mr. Garrett.
No.
Mr. Allen.
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion failed. Is there a second motion?
3 no.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3 no. Excuse me. 4 yes, 3 no.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Make a motion to send 240341.1 to, I believe it would be government ops.
There is a motion to send 240341.1 to government ops. Is there a second?
If that's the correct committee.
That is the correct committee, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is.
That is the correct committee. Is there a second?
Support.
There has been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, I can send it to government.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That moves back to government ops. Moving on to Resolution 240505-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds, awards for ARPA funds to Flint Innovative Solutions, serving as a fiduciary for the stimulation for alternate vacant lots. Is there
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to postpone indefinitely 240504-T because there is no fiduciary.
There's been a motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is
Point
there
of
discussion?
order.
Go ahead.
Didn't we just vote to send it to governmental operations?
It's the wrong 240505.
Didn't we just, Madam Chair, didn't we just vote to send this to governmental operations?
Did I put this on here twice?
No.
No.
No,
Point of
this is
order.
a different one. Go ahead. Hold on one second. Madam Clerk.
Yeah, am I on the wrong agenda?
Madam Clerk, I just got one. Madam Clerk,
I
can you
didn't ask
clarify what's going on with these two resolutions?
240341.1 was just moved to government ops. The motion on the floor is 240505 to postpone indefinitely.
Didn't we just send that to governmental operations?
505?
Yes.
We just sent 240341.1 to governmental ops.
No, that failed.
No. It failed to go to council, and then there was a subsequent motion to send to government ops. And so we voted on the subsequent motion. Yeah.
Okay. And we sent it to governmental operations where it should have been in the first place. Okay. And the rest of them should go to where they need to go to.
So now that we are on 240505-T, perhaps you would like to send that. This has been postponed indefinitely. Did you want to finish your time? We done here?
Request for, no, point of order.
No, I thought Ms. Winfrey Carter had the floor. I'm talking to Ms. Winfrey Carter. Okay, you had a point of order. All right, thank you. All right. So we're now voting to postpone 240505 indefinitely. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I'm going to abstain because I don't know why we're postponing indefinitely.
He has a fiduciary.
It says fiduciary.
She quit.
Denied it.
Oh, Madam Clerk, I'll change my vote to yes.
Go ahead. He has to wait until the end.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dennis?
You can change it now.
Madam Clerk, I'll change my vote to yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This resolution has been postponed indefinitely. Moving on to Resolution 240506-T, which is the Additional Voters Not Politicians Education Fund Grant Award for Flint City Clerk's Office, Support for Communications and Public Relations for the November 5th, 2024 general election. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
I move to send this to council.
It's been moved that we send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there discussion?
Sure.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
So I don't know who this nonprofit is, but there should be no outside money coming into the clerk's office for elections of any dollar amount. I don't care what it is. You heard a couple of years ago about Zuckerbucks or whatever from Mark Zuckerberg changing the way people voted, and I think that The clerk's office should be independent and not take outside money, so I'll be voting no on this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Through you to the city clerk, what will you use this specifically for?
So this was a resolution that council originally approved for $14,000, and it was for communications. And this is an additional grant that was provided for radio ads toward the November 5th election. So this, that additional grant monies, because of the amount, we were under the impression that we did not have to bring it back before the council, but the grant administrator has asked that council approve a resolution for those additional funds.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Through you to the speaker, when was the original, or what resolution number, and when was it originally submitted?
If you give me a minute, I can look that up.
So, I guess it's still my time. So this was for, you said radio ads, and it was really hard to hear you. So we're bringing it back now because I could not hear you.
It's a formality.
Okay.
The finance department has asked that the council do a resolution for the total amount. It was a second grant
and
amount.
I don't see anybody from finance. So this is just to make sure your department gets it. So you spent this money has already been spent, and so this is a reimbursement.
Yes. Well. Okay. Yes, the funds have already been granted to the city, and this is a formality for the finance department for the grant funds.
So we've already, the election is passed. It was spent on ads or something for elections, right?
Correct. Radio ads.
Radio ads. And so now this is a formality. Through you, Madam Chair, is anybody here from the finance? Clyde was back there.
Mr. Edwards, can you join us at the lectern?
So, Mr. Edwards, as you are walking, I'll speak loudly. And it came through before. And then it passed. It passed. It passed. So, Mr. Edwards, can you tell me why this is, why I don't see anybody from the deputy or the CFO, why we are doing this as a formality? Because we've already voted on this and passed this.
I'm sorry.
I was under assumption we voted on this and passed it already.
I'm not aware of that. The clerk would have to have that in her records.
Through you to City Clerk, did we pass this already?
Council approved the original grant amount of $14,000. This was an additional $5,500 that was awarded to the city by the same organization.
So this means we're getting an additional $5,500.
Correct.
And so this is what this is about, not the $14,000.
Right.
And so we're changing the amount to the $19,500.
Correct.
That's what's on the resolution.
Okay. And this has already been spent from your office, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
And so you have to be reimbursed the balance.
That's correct. And it was a grant that had to be spent by the 6th of November. And again, the $5,500, we were under the impression that we didn't have to do another resolution, but I just found out that the grant coordinator for Finance Department has asked that council approve a resolution.
Because it changes the amount.
Correct.
From $14,500 to $19,500. That's
correct.
So we have to make sure that it balances then. Okay. And I do see our CFO just walked in, but I'm not going to bother Mr. Moore. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first
Madam
round of
Chair.
discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Mr. Pfeiffer, understand your concern, and I was very pointed in my questioning, because it was the same concern I had. And there was a couple of grants that we had, and it was totally supposed to be nonpartisan. I read the documents, and so I'm going to support it because the money was spent.
Request
but if
confirmation.
What is your request?
Did you ask who funds this organization?
Yes, I did.
And we have that information?
I don't remember who it was, but it was
All right, thank you.
But it was not anybody that, of the parties that I was aware of as being issues. And, so I am going to vote to support it because we have spent the money, and I did ask the previous questions. If it was any of the characters that we know of, I was not going to vote for it. I was not going to support it. Because election integrity is important, that it's fair across the board. And I felt that this was actually going to help get out the vote and instruct the electorate there, that's the word I wanted, on how to do the process. So I'm going to go ahead and support it because I did ask those questions before, and they were answered to my satisfaction.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I heard 9th Ward first.
Go ahead, you. She can go first.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, 9th Ward.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, through you to the clerk. Madam Clerk, is there a reason why this or what were were there any restriction on the use for these funds, this 5,500? Were they directed funds or what?
The grant was awarded to be used for communications and public relations, and that would be at the clerk's discretion. So that was my choice, was to use it for radio ads, this portion.
Okay. So what was the nature of the ad? What did the ad look like or sound like, or what was it?
I can forward you the scripts shortly as well that played over the radio stations. There were 4 different scripts over 3 weeks before the election. So
what stations were used?
I'd have to look that up as well, but it was 93.7, 101.5, I believe, and I can't think of the other one right off, but I can send you that information.
Did you get a sense as to why they chose to give us money to do that versus contracting directly with the station themselves?
Because this group works with elections officials. I've been working with this group for the better part of a year, and this is the first time that I actually applied for their grant, but they work with elections officials to support their election process. So they're not an independent group that's for elections. They are to support election administrators as they work with elections.
Would you have run these ads had they not provided the funds?
No, because we wouldn't have had that money in our budget for that sort of thing.
Okay. And they were just strictly a get out to vote type communication, or?
Again, it was at the discretion of the grantee.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What was the theme of the messages that were communicated?
It was just telling them election dates, deadlines. It wasn't anything. It was just mostly about the deadlines for early voting, when you could come in to vote, the times that the precincts were open on election day, that sort of thing. So like I said, I'll send you the script shortly.
Okay. Thank you. I'm fine.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. You know, in the spirit of excellence, and thank you, Pastor Thompson, and I'm gonna make amended motion for this resolution. I would like to send this back to governmental operations or finance, if it's in finance. I'm sorry. I would like to send it back to finance, the 240506-T. I just made a motion to send it back to finance.
I didn't know if you were done. That's why I was looking at you to see if you were finished.
I'm done.
Is there a, okay, it's been moved and probably supported by the councilman in 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? No. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. This goes back to finance. It goes to finance. All right. Nope. Moving on to, we have a special order. Moving on to our special order for the Christmas at Dordt Federal. Special order was requested by the Vice President, Candace Mashat, to allow for a 5-minute presentation regarding Christmas at Dordt Federal on December 21st. I believe there is a representative here from that organization.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I know there's a lot to cover, so thank you for your patience. My name's Erin. I'm part of the team that's putting on an event called Christmas at the Dordt Financial Center. We did this event last year as well. We partnered with over 65 organizations and churches in Genesee County, and we had about 4,000 people attend. We had enough momentum that we wanted to do it again this year, so we're again coming together with various community leaders, organizations, churches all across Genesee County to put on this event at the Dordt Financial Center, formerly known as Pirani's, for those people who've been around for a little bit. The event is completely free. There's no ticket that's required. There's no parking fee. We will get people to and from for free. We're partnering with the MTA bus system. So if people show up to a bus stop, tell them they want to come to Christmas at the Dordt, they'll be able to be transported there and back home for free. And the entire goal of the event is just to offer hope to the community of Flint, of Genesee County, around Christmas time. There's no ask for money, there's no gimmicks, nothing like that. We just literally are trying to offer hope to the community. We're also partnering with some food pantries in the area to bless the community, sponsoring some of those food distributions to get food out to people who need that. And we've also partnered with Toys for Tots. And we have thousands of toys that we're giving out. So we have a few different times during the month of November and December where we will be giving out toys. We are partnering with the Flint Public Schools so that every single elementary age child will receive a toy for Christmas. So what I'm doing here today is just trying to let everybody know what is happening. The goal is that every single person in Flint and Genesee County would know that this event is happening, that it's for them, that they can come as they are in their sweatpants and their Crocs. There's no dress code, and everybody's welcome. We have materials here, business cards, flyers, brochures, banners. If people own businesses or want to hand those things out, I have lots of those. People can come and talk to me. I'm happy to distribute any of that material. Our website is christmasatthedort.com if people have any questions or need additional information. So if you guys have any places like this that we can present to different places, or businesses that would want to be involved and allow us to maybe put flyers, or we can stick a bunch of these business cards for people to take, if you would let me know, I'd very much appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you. That is the close of the special order. What is the pleasure of the body? There is a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis? Is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is now 6:15 p.m. on Monday, November 11th. The Special Affairs Committee meeting is now adjourned. RL.
What are these? What's those?
That's that free thing in December, so you gotta come.
Talk about Christmas.
That's right.
December the 7th.
No, the 21st.
Oh.
Yes. Right before Christmas.
Go to Philadelphia on the 7th. They're going to all the Christmas paid, and they're going to jump on the city clerk's office. Mr. Moore don't know how to talk about $35,000 wear with you. I think they sponsored Mr. Mays, the first board councilman, up there, and they don't want to put it, and they have it at the time. So I said, in the whole world, but I said, I want to transfer, give me some money, because since they got my expenses all paid.
Okay.
Put it to me in my hand so I can know how to act.
There you go.
Eight board, man, you heard what he said. When they get power, we darkies don't know how to, I mean, you know, like this man right here, look his parking lot, tell me, you know. Why did you have to ask permission from was you asking permission from the council to do this?
I was just letting them know.
Oh, you was making an announcement?
An announcement.
Oh.
Yes, I don't need their,
Yeah,
we're doing it. No matter what.
Right, okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear.
That's nice. I hope to see you there.
That was Vicky Sturgis.
If I could have all council members take their seats so we can start the meeting. I am calling this regular city council meeting to order. This meeting is being called to order for the purpose of electing a city council president in accordance with section 3-201B of the Flint City Charter. And we will begin with the organization of city council president. The city council shall elect from its members a presiding officer who shall be known as the president of the council. What we will do is go in rounds, the same way we do voting, starting with the first ward. And if council members would simply state the name of the person that they would like to elect as the council president. So I will start with Mr. Al-Alamin.
Candace Meshet.
Ms. Lewis.
Candace Meshet.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Jarrett. The results for round one: 4 votes for Ms. Mushat, 4 votes for Ms. Winfrey Carter. And I failed to mention that the first person to get 5 votes would be named as president. On to the round 2. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Meshet.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Meshet.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Round 2. Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. Ms. Winfrey Carter has 3 votes. Mr. Jarrett has 1 vote. Round 3. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Meshet.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Burns.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
After 3 rounds, Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. Ms. Winfrey Carter has 3 votes. Mr. Jarrett has 1. Round 4. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Winfrey Carter.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
At the 4th round, Mr. Jarrett has 2. Ms. Winfrey Carter has 2. And Ms. Mashat has 4. It's round 5. Ms. Burns?
Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat. Point of order. Madam Clerk.
We still have rules, Madam Clerk.
We have someone yelling out. Mr. Woodson is yelling out. No. Madam Clerk.
Point of order. Madam Clerk.
What is your point?
Let's continue.
Point of order.
Ms. Lewis, what is your point?
My point is we have audience members yelling out, interrupting the process. That's my point. Regardless who's president, we have rules that must be followed.
So.
Point of order. The way my agenda reads, we are not in an official council meeting yet. We have to call the meeting to order after we elect the president. So I would say we need to continue.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
After 5 rounds, Ms. Winfrey Carter has 2 votes. Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. Mr. Jarrett has 2 votes. Round 6. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jonathan Jarrett.
For the 6th round, Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes. Seventh round, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Mashat.
There's 7 rounds. Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes. Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. 8th round, Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Round 8. With
Madam
the results
Clerk.
of 4 for Mr. Jarrett and 4 for Ms. Mashat.
Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I would like to make a motion based on Rule 3.2. The President shall preside at meetings of the Council as chair, and in the absence of the President, the Vice President shall preside. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong one. The Council shall have a President and a Vice President chosen by the majority of the Council members-elect for a term which shall end on the second Monday in November or until a successor is elected. Seeing how we are missing a member of this body, I am making a motion that we continue with the business of the city and suspend the voting for President and Vice President until the 3rd Ward seat is filled.
Point of order. Point of order. I'm bringing Arthur Woodson to order for yelling out, "You can't do nothing." I'm bringing you to order. You don't have to be according to I'm bringing officers. We're bringing residents to order so we can have a meeting. And so, according to our rules, any member of this body can bring any member of the audience to order. I'm bringing you to order for yelling out. Okay, that's fine, but I'm bringing you to order.
Point of order. I've got the floor. All talking should cease. Thank you. Point of order. First of all,
Have you been recognized, ma'am? Point of order.
Have you been recognized? She was not recognized. Have you been recognized? So, point of order, Madam Clerk.
What is your point?
Thank you. We are not in a meeting, and those rules apply when we are in a meeting. We have not taken roll at all. We are not in our regular meeting.
Moving on to
Madam Clerk, I'd like a legal opinion on this.
Request for information.
what is your request?
What would she like a legal opinion on? Did she clarify?
Whether she can make a motion at this time, I would imagine.
Okay, thank you.
I believe the motion made by the council person is a legal motion at this point. It is an item that can be considered and voted on if that's the will of this body.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
And as well as I would like a legal opinion, although we have not conducted roll call, are behavioral rules still in place for this section of the meeting?
It's my opinion, yes. This meeting was properly noticed, and the meeting has been called to order, so it is a legal meeting under Michigan's Open Meetings Act.
Thank you, Attorney.
So, considering Ms. Priestley's motion with regard to Rule 3.2, I believe?
3.1.
3.1, is there a second on the motion?
Support.
And that motion was to postpone the decision on the president and vice president until after the third ward has representation?
Correct.
And I'm going to start with Mr. El-Alamin.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Is there no discussion?
Is there any discussion?
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes, I will not be supporting this motion. I think that there's 8 willing and able bodies on this board that can clearly vote, and we need to vote for a presiding officer according to the charter in order to get business done, and I will not be voting to continue under the I'm going to say, I'm gonna try to word this. Let's just say leadership that was subpar. I will not continue with that. So this motion is to continue under that subpar leadership. So I will not be supporting it any way, fashion, form. So we will sit here until we can agree on a presiding officer, or till otherwise noticed. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
We didn't hear you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. I will absolutely not be supporting this. The people voted, they spoke. We could have had a third ward person in that seat. They worked around it. It didn't happen. It's time for a shift in leadership. It's time that we start respecting the residents. And so I will not be supporting to put this off to where we have 8 people here tonight. We showed up for our elected duties, and we need to all do our duty, whether it's our favorite person or not. We have a job to do.
Is there anyone else for discussion in the first round?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I too will not be supporting this motion. I refuse to continue to go under the quote-unquote leadership of this last term. I will not do it. I'll sit here. I got my snacks. I got snacks, and I'm sure other people will bring me snacks up. We can go 100 rounds. We can go 100 rounds. Yeah, might as well. Thank you. I will not support this motion.
Is there anyone else for the first round discussion?
Madam Chair. Or excuse me, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes, in reading the charter, it says within 30 days of taking office, the City Council shall elect from its members a presiding officer who shall be known as the President of the Council. The president shall be elected to a one-year term. The city council may elect such other officers and appoint such committees and subcommittees as it deems necessary. This is 30 days within taking office. That happened in 2021. After that, our council rules stand. If we do not elect a new council president and chair and vice president, the current leadership stands. Thank you.
That's nothing. We go 100 rounds.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round? Is there anyone else for the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. So I'm glad that my colleagues, that they have a will to want to uphold the charter, but we must make sure that we uphold the charter in its entirety. And the part of the charter that we must adhere to, which they failed to do, was to appoint a third ward city council person. And so as we proceed to select leadership for this body, we must make sure that we are in order, regardless of who they vote for. We can't have the audience yelling out. That means that they are being disruptive to this meeting. When we hear our third ward candidate booing, that's disruptive to our meeting. We cannot have disruptions for our meeting as we conduct the business of the city. So as the clerk, you are familiar with the rules, and we must make sure that regardless who's chairing, the rules are the rules. And stated by the attorney, this is a meeting where the rules should be enforced. So having individuals yell out that are not speaking at the lectern, that goes against council rules. Having people boo in the midst of taking our roll call vote, taking our elected duty seriously to elect someone tonight, that goes against our rules. So I am asking you, I'm imploring you to please, let's make sure that we're following the rules of this chamber. And that's what we must realize, regardless who takes the presidency. We need to make sure that person is following the rules in this chamber. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round? Is there anyone else for the first round? Is there anyone that would like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I wanted to be perfectly clear on page 2 of 13 what council rules, because when you read only a portion, it's a problem. Rule 3.1, the council shall have a president and a vice president chosen by a majority of the council members elect a term which shall end on the Monday in November or until a successor is elected. I never agreed with those rules because it was in direct conflict with our charter. And our charter is very clear on page 26, section A, where she stopped. The president shall be elected to a one-year term, not 13 months. 1 year is 12 months. It's not 14, it's not 15, it's not till next February, it's not till next May. It's not. It is a one-year term. 1 year is 12 months, period. So, therefore, it is clear that we may have to have a shift. People are going to have to dig deep inside and figure it out and do what is right. I mean, this council has not been fair to all of its members for 2 years. And it's time that we start taking care of the business. And we're all elected. If we care about the people tonight, then let's, number one, vote someone in. It is time for a shift. People have had their turns. You've shown us the best that you've got. It's time to move on. It's time to move on. So I will not be supporting this. I will not. And if we want the business, then we need to do the business. And I want to be perfectly clear that on October the 14th, because don't question our attendance. It was a conspiracy to incite a riot, and on social media, it was stated by the council president. So we did not feel safe to come here with what happened. So if that hadn't have happened by the council president, you probably would have had all of the members here. That didn't happen. These council chambers were not safe. They weren't safe. Our council president refused to answer calls for help, refused. This term is for 12 months. Yeah, when we asked, Madam Chair, you ignored Councilman Pfeiffer. You did. Your term is for 12 months. Digging within yourself. Hey, text each other what you normally do. Figure it out. We got 8 people here ready to do the work. We can stay here 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Amen. I don't care. Let's do the work of the people.
Is there anyone else for the second round?
Sure. Or Madam Clerk?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, I will continue to vote for Mr. Garrett, and I'm going to tell you why. Mr. Garrett has been very thorough in his thoughts. He's been very fair. He votes for what is right. He doesn't, he doesn't listen to the outside noise. He takes stuff, everything at its merit value. He has a very, very strong mindset. And he has it's a quiet strength that he just would lead this council in a new direction, in a positive direction. More importantly, I think he was going to look at everything at face value and treat people fairly. For the past year, actually before that, because the previous 7th Ward Council person resigned, so the 2nd Ward was a vice president, so she assumed the presidential duties. So over a year, I think over a year and a half at least, the police have been weaponized. The First Amendment has been mutilated in this council, and I think that what I know of Mr. Garrett, he will bring fairness. He will bring equality. He will bring the strong leadership that this city needs, and more importantly, that this council needs. There is no doubt in my mind, and I will sleep well tonight, knowing that Mr. Garrett would be in our leadership for the next 12 months until we have another election. But he while he's new at council and he's new in this position, he was born for this position because he has strong leadership. And just the way, and just the way he processes things, I know that he's going to be fair, and I don't always agree with what we vote on, but I know it's going to be fair. So I will continue to support Mr. Garrett going forward, and we'll see how it lays out at the end. But at this point in time, Mr. Garrett has my vote.
Are there any other speakers for this second round?
Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. I would be in full agreement with supporting Mr. Garrett, but unfortunately, when we had our last council meeting, Mr. Garrett chose to violate the charter and state that he was not going to appoint someone in pursuant to our city charter. And so I will be remiss to vote for someone that up front stated that they're not going to uphold the city charter. That's not the leadership that we need on this council. So again, if we have individuals that are willing to stand on for what's right, if we have individuals that are willing to go by what the City of Flint Charter Commissioners and the residents voted on, I'll firmly stand behind them. But unfortunately, when we had our meeting at the council commissioners, Mr. Jarrett made it abundantly clear that he has a blatant disregard for the rules when he got up and he said that he will not be appointing anyone in pursuant to the charter. This is not my feelings. This came out of the person who our colleague said that they're going to elect mouth. And so if Mr. Jarrett was in line with the charter, if he was following the charter, and if he did not make a conscious decision that he was not going to follow it, got up out of his seat to break quorum so we could not have an appointment for the 3rd Ward, if this is the person who our colleagues would like to put at the helm of this body, that's fine. But what I won't do, I won't sit here and I will not support anyone that will not support the rules set forth by this body and the rules set forth by this city. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round? Are there any more speakers for this second round? If there are no more speakers for this second round, we will take the roll call on the motion to postpone the selection and election of the president and vice president. And I'm going to start this with the normal voting round. So, Mr. Alamin.
Madam Chair, we could not understand anything you said. Could you please repeat it?
I said this is the roll call on the motion by Ms. Priestley to postpone the president and vice president's choice until the 3rd Ward has representation, and that I will start this roll call with the typical roll call, not the rounds, even though we are with Mr. Alamin, he will be first.
Yes.
So, Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. So we will return to the selection for the council president with round 9. And to start with round 9, Mr. Alamin. Ms. Mashat. I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. After 9 rounds, Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes.
Point of order.
Ms. Lewis, what is your point?
Is it possible for the audience to withhold applause so we can expedite the roll call? Because it's elongating this process.
So round 10, Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Round 10. There's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat.
Point of order. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
It's already kind of difficult to hear you. Gladys Williamson is still yelling out. As the attorney stated, we still have council rules. Do you see this, Madam Clerk?
Okay, with regard to the disruptions and everything, I'm going to state that the rules speak to council members calling members of the public to order. I'm not going to call anyone to order, so the council members can call people to order if that's their desire. Round 11. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Round 11, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
Excuse me, I'm bringing you to order. Ms. Williams, I'm bringing you to order, and then you will receive a first warning if you persist. This is ridiculous. Okay, you'll see.
You can't do sub-code section because we haven't got the meeting. That's when it's read at the beginning of the meeting.
It's round 12. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
The 12th round, Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes. Ms. Mashat has 4 votes.
And so her thing was
13. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
After 13 rounds, Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes. Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. It's round 14. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
14th round. Ms. Mashat has four votes. Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes. Round 15. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Mashat.
Round 15. Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes. Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. Round 16. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
16 rounds. Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes. Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. Round 17, Mr. L. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Ms. Mashat has 4 votes. Mr. Jarrett has 4 votes. It's round 18. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. L. Alamin. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat and 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 19, Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 20. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 21. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 22. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 23. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett. Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Round 23 with 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 24. What is your point, Ms. Priestley?
Please bring the audience to order. They are interrupting the business.
Round 24, Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Round 24 results, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 25, Mr. L. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. That is 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 26, Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. L. Alamin. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 27, Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Round 27. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 28. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Good news.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 29. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round number 30. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Round 30 ends with 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
Yeah.
Round 31. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 32. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Round 32 ends with 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 33. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Round 33, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 34, Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamy? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 35. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamy? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Round 35, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 36. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamy? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 37. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamy? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Round 37 ends with 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 38, Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamy? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Wimpy Carter?
Garrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Round 38 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 39, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Be here till tomorrow.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat. Round 39. It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat.
Madam Clerk,
Mr. Pfeiffer,
make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
is there any support?
I'll support that motion, Madam Clerk.
Five-minute recess. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. Motion fails.
Madam Chair. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Question, if one of us has to use the restroom, what would be the procedure? Because we're not supposed to leave if we're voting. Can't leave in a vote.
This is just according to me. Obviously, the 5 minutes might have been for the same thing. I could order without objection. Somebody could object. You could have have to do a roll call. But at this point right now, with the 4-4 vote, I really don't see how that would, it's like you miss a vote if you step out of your seat any other time. So you've missed roll calls if you're out of your seat, so.
So it'll be viewed as a missed roll call?
No, these are just the rounds, but it's much like the same thing when you're out of your seat.
You'll just
and
miss,
you miss the roll call.
You'll just miss that round?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So moving on to.
Like she needed 5, so that's the only reason. Just to give Davina a break.
We want to give Davina a break.
It's around 40. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Round 40 ends with 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. It's round 41. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? It's round 41, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 42. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 43, Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 44. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Vice President Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Round 44 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 45, Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Thank you. Round 46. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Round 46 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 47, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 48, Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
The councilwoman from the 7th Ward.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
The councilwoman from the 7th Ward.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Madam Chair. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
Don't you have to say a name? Because it shall be named in the vote, and is it recorded, would have to be the name. What round are we in? 40, what, 8?
I'm going to move on, but I'm going to ask that moving forward, we just state the name of the person that we want to vote for. It's round 49, Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Councilwoman Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns,
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat, Councilwoman for the 7th Ward.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Round 49 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. This is round number 50. Ms. Lewis.
Councilwoman of the 7th Ward, better known as Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat, 7th Ward, Councilwoman.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Sher Allen. Round 50 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 51. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Round 51. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 52. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
The Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 53. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
The Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
The Honorable Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
The 7th Ward elected councilperson, Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Garrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 54. Ms. Mashat.
The Honorable elected 7th Ward Councilperson Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
The Honorable Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Round 54 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 55, Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Charter abiding, Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 56. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 57. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Round 57 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 58. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Point of order. This is the second time we're bringing Gladys to order. So if we had a meeting, this should be removed. So Madam Chair said that we can bring audience members to order. This is the second time. Our officers, this is the second time we're bringing this resident to order. So what do we do now? No, I'm sorry. No, we're having disruptions during the process. What do? This body says, who over here arguing? Who talking? Okay, again, out of order. What? She keeps yelling out. She keeps yelling out. We can bring audience members to order. Brought her to order the first time. She's still yelling out. She's still yelling out.
If I may.
Go ahead.
To the audience, I'm appealing to you to please let us get to this process so that we can just continue with the meeting, even if it takes all night long. I've never done this, and I'm just appealing you to just let this process continue without as many interruptions as we can have. Including the council, everyone in the room, if we could please just get through this process, as long as it takes, until we can finish. That's everybody, including myself. So if we can move on, continue with round 58. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Sher Allen. And that is 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 59. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Round 59 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 60. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 61. Round 61, Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Round 61 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 62. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Round 62, that's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Thank you. Round 63. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 64. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
The vote is 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 65. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Round 65 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 66.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Round 66. And the vote is 4-4. And just to note that that is 60 rounds in a row with the same results. Round 67. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Round 67. It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 68. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Ms. Schott.
Round 68, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 69, Ms. Burns,
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat,
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley,
Ms. Schott.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 70. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Schott.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Round 70 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 71. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Schott.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 72. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 73. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Garrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jared.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Round 73 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
Madam Clerk,
Mr. Jarrett?
I'd like to request a 15-minute recess.
Is there support?
Support. Or 5. Madam Clerk, what round are we in?
The next round would be round 74.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to determine where we are with the regular voting. I believe it's going to be Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
No, this is for a 15-minute recess.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. It's round 74. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jared.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. round 75, and round 74, I have to say that I started the vote wrong because I was going after the regular vote and started with Ms. Winfrey Carter, and it should have been Ms. Lewis. So I'm going to. The last round, 74, I started with Ms. Winfrey Carter when I should have started with Ms. Lewis. I was following the regular vote as opposed to the rounds. So I'm going to go back to the rounds as opposed to the regular votes that we've been doing in the middle of the rounds. No, it's round 75. I'm just going to go back to Ms. Lewis to start this round. She should have been first on the last round, but I jumped to Ms. Winfrey Carter because Ms. Priestley had done the regular vote. So round 75, Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Machat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Ms. Machat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. That's 4 votes for Ms. Machat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 76. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Machat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Ms. Machat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machat.
Round 76 has 4 votes for Ms. Machat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 77. So if there aren't any objections from council, I'm going to now jump to Ms. Burns because I did Ms. Winfrey Carter out of order first. So with this vote, we'll start with Ms. Burns on round 77. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machat.
Candace Machat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Machat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Round 77 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Machat. Round 78, Ms. Machat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 79. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round number 80. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Round 80 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 81. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Round 82. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Round 82 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 83. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Ms. Burns.
Jared.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Round 83 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 84, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jared.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Round 84 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 85, Ms. Burns.
Jared.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Thank you. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
That is 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 86. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jared.
That is 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. That brings us to round number 87 with 80 rounds with the same results. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashad.
Man, quit putting BS out there.
Mr. Priestley.
Mashad.
Ms. Priestley, sorry about that.
That's all right. It's getting tiring.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashad.
87.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashad. Round 88. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Mashad.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashad.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashad. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Round 88 has a vote of 4-4.
Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
It does take 5 votes, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Round 89. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashad.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashad.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns. Ms.
Jarrett.
Burns. Ms. Mashad. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashad, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round number 90. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashad.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashad.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashad. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. 4 votes for Ms. Mashad, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round number 91. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashad. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
The vote is 4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 92. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns. Is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Round 92 has 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round to 93. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Round 93 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round to 94. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns is not in. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 95. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat. That's 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 96. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
It's 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 97. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Round 97 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 98. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 99, Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
That is 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. This brings us to round number 100.
She didn't know.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yep.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
100 times Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Round 100 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. This is round 101. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Round 101 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat.
Madam Clerk, can you repeat that?
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
What round?
Round 101.
Thank you.
Round 102. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis.
Candace, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 103. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Round 103 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. It's round 104. Mr. Garrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett and 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. As we go into round 105, I'm going to again appeal to everyone in the room to allow this process to continue because the council people are having a hard time hearing their names being called and the votes. So if you would, please. Round 105. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Round 105. There's a vote of 4 for Ms. Mashat and 4 for Mr. Jarrett.
We'll be in the news for 100 and something rounds tomorrow.
Round 106. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Thank you. Round 107. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 108. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Okay, that brings us to round 109. Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
I was the donut hostess that day. No,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Tacos. Donuts.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Round 109 sees 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 110. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer? He's not in. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Machette, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
Round 111. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Jared? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette? 4 for Candace. Sorry, 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 112. Mr. Jared. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Councilwoman Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Councilwoman Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer. 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 113. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Councilwoman Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. That is 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 114. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 115. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
I said Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 116. Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 117. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 118. Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 119. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Machette? 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 120. Mr. Jared? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 121. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared? 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 122. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 123. Ms. Priestley?
Machette.
Ms. Carter?
Winfrey.
Sorry, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 124. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 125. Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 126. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 127. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? That's 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 128. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
That's 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 129. Mr. Al-Alamin?
Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? That's 4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 130. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? The vote is 4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 131. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Round 131 has 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 132. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Machette.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 133. Ms. Burns.
Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 1 vote for Ms. Winfrey Carter, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 134. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 135. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 136. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Four votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 137. Sher Allen. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 138. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Miss Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamy? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 139. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 140. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
She tied.
Miss Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
I'm good. That was the clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 141. Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
I'm sorry. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round of 142. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 143. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Sher Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette.
Candace Machette.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Machette. Round 144. Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Allen. Is not in. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette.
Candace Machette.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. That's 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Machette. Round 145. Mr. Allen is not in. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley is not in.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, doesn't she have to be in her seat to vote? Madam Clerk?
You have set a precedent that if you're on the dais, that it still counts.
What rule is that, Madam Clerk?
It's not a rule. You have debated this several times in the last several months. It's not in the rules. Council has debated it several times in the last several months since the rules were adopted in April, that if the person is on the dais, it still counts. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Madam Chair, Clerk,
Ms. Burns.
in our rules, it speaks to voting by proxy. That does not mean if we are walking around, our votes should count. That would mean the same thing, which I was in disagreement with when the person, the second ward, was sitting in the 9th Ward person's seat. And so if we are going to follow the rules, I think we need to follow the rules. And today we are now electing new seats. So what happened before, today is a new day. And we need to make sure we're doing things right. And so the rule which it states, I've got them out. Voting by, was it by proxy, or you have to be in your designated seat? Rule 9.4. Let me be very clear with this. A council member must be seated at their designated seating place to vote. So we can go back, I guess you want to go back to get her vote, but you must be in your designated seat.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette.
Candace Machette.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Allen. Ms. Priestley.
Machette.
Point of order, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yeah, you skipped me.
Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Machette. Round 146. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen.
Uh-oh.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
No, you on the diet, sees your vote. No, you have your, it's a right at the rule.
Point of order.
You gotta be.
Ms. Lewis, what is your point?
Oh, no, it's a lot of talking up here. So just wanted to be clear so we can hear the clerk.
Rule point
Thank you.
9.4, that vote shouldn't have been counted. It should have been recounted. 9.4 states you must be in your seat. So yes, there is debate. Y'all did these goofy rules. Y'all need to follow them.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat is not in. You have to be in your seat.
So, point of order.
Ms. Mashat?
Because there were other rules we called out earlier that you refused to enforce. So are we enforcing rules or not? No.
Yes, we're enforcing rules.
Okay.
Ms. Mashat?
And again, point of order. We have audience members continuing to yell out. The 3rd Ward appoint candidate, she continued to yell out right there next to you.
Which is breaking a rule. She can't even see.
As I stated before, the rules do not speak to the clerk calling people to order.
It says the chair.
It says the president and council members shall call members of the public.
Not
to
a
order.
problem. So I'm calling Beverly Bigs Levy to order, and if she proceeds to speak, officers in the back, we will need to have Beverly Bigs Levy brought to order if she proceeds to speak out while we're trying to have roll call and vote. And again, she's continuing to yell out. I'm bringing her to order twice. The 3rd Ward council person who wants to sit in the seat, refusing to obey council rules as an audience member. Okay, she's continuing to yell out. 3rd time I'm bringing her to order. What are we doing?
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point, Ms. Burns?
My point is council cannot be argumentative. She is being argumentative. And I'm not talking, you didn't get the floor. You didn't get the floor. She cannot become argumentative for any reason at any time with any person in here. She can't. And if she doesn't know the rules, you need to read them.
Okay, nice try. So again, that was the 3rd time, and so nice try again. Thank you, Ms. Levy. 4th time, Officer Metcalf. Are we going to continue to go back and forth? Are we going to continue to go back and forth here?
Point of order. You're the one going back and forth. That wasn't even her that time.
Who was it?
Who was it?
Point of order. Who was it?
Pay attention to
Point of
what's
order.
up
Who
here,
was it?
not out there.
According to council rules, this body is supposed to bring people out of order to order. Unfortunately, it's not who you want to bring to order. We have disorderly conduct, disrupting the meeting, happening on this side of the room.
You should have warned them people.
Again, Ms. Burns. You're out of order, Ms. Burns. Again, Ms. Burns, why are you talking? I called a point of order.
Point of order. You need to worry about bringing other people.
Excuse me, you wasn't acknowledged. You're not acknowledged. You're not acknowledged. You're not acknowledged. By whom? Madam Clerk did not call you.
Point of order.
Madam Clerk did not call you. Deltanya Burns. Deltanya Burns. Let's be in order. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, did you give her the floor?
You had the wrong person.
Did you give her the floor?
You had the wrong person.
Did you give her the floor?
You're going to warn the wrong person.
Well, through you, Madam Clerk, to Councilwoman the 6th Ward. If that was the wrong person, who was it that was yelling out? According to council rules, it's your duty to
Don't tell me
state
what
that.
my duty. It's your duty to elect somebody to be in the seat as next
Okay,
president.
okay,
Because
right.
we're tired of your
Okay,
antics.
thank you, Ms. Burns. Thank
do
you.
that.
You're refusing to bring
No, you don't
your
get to
friends
check
to
me on
order,
anything. You
so
are not the
therefore
president.
it's holding off on the meeting. Madam Clerk, again, we want to make sure that we have order on that side of the room. If I continue to hear Ms. Beverly Bigs Levy yell out, it's a problem.
Point of order. Madam Clerk, let's get back to this round robin of 4-4.
Around 147, we're in the middle of the vote. We're at Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis is not in. That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 148, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis is not in.
Argue with the police.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat.
No.
Round 149.
Where that big, thick, I'm going to say menu.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3
Madam
votes
Clerk.
for Ms. Mashat.
Madam Clerk,
Ms.
I do
Burns?
want to state that when we get on our agenda, because I see the police are having an issue, we have not even gotten to the point on our agenda where we have even read the reading of the disorderly conduct. And so to enforce this when it has not even been read, I think is very presumptuous of the council member in the second ward. Let us proceed, and we need to pay attention to what's up here and not what's out there. We haven't even read the disorderly conduct, and it's not been read yet.
Point of order.
Ms. Mashat.
The attorney did speak to that at the beginning of this meeting, that because this is a meeting subject to the Opens Meeting Act as we're acting, that they are subject to the Disorderly Persons Code subsection. The attorney read that at the beginning of the meeting, correct, Madam Clerk?
Still didn't read it.
Did he read the disorderly?
He gave an opinion at the beginning of the meeting that we are subject to the Disorderly Persons subsection. Those were his, can you have the attorney come back up here and repeat it? Because he said it at the very beginning of this meeting.
He just want to go. He just want to go. Right, we haven't even gotten to that.
That's correct. This is a properly noticed meeting according to the Michigan's Open Meetings Act. So it is subject to the Disorderly Persons Code subsection, even if that wasn't read verbatim. At the start of the meeting, it still is a valid ordinance that's been previously enacted by the city and is applicable at all times.
So our council rules, are they enforceable?
Correct.
And we're not in a meeting. You're saying
This is a
posted-
meeting.
You said a posted meeting. Right, this is an informal meeting. This is not a regular meeting. You said a posted meeting. A posted meeting is something different from an actual meeting where we have an agenda. We are, the residents who are speaking are given notice, so that part was not done. We haven't even gotten to the 364 pages.
Well, I think my point was this is a meeting in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. There is an agenda that was published and sent out, even though that's not a requirement of the OMA. Notice of this meeting was provided to the public in accordance with the requirements of the OMA. So it is subject to council rules. It is subject to the Disorderly Persons Code subsection.
I've got my Open Meetings Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Moving on to round 150. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 151. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett? It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 152. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 153. Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 154. Ms. Lewis?
I'm back with Candace Mashat. Hey.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett?
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 155. Ms. Priestley.
Ah, what the hell. Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Point of order.
Ms. Burns.
She's using vulgarity.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett?
Mr. Jarrett. Sir Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 156. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett?
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 157. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett?
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Round 157 has 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 158, Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett?
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 159. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
The vote is 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 160. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
That's 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 161. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. I'm sorry.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Miss Lewis. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 162. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 163. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett. I need some coffee now.
Ms. Mashat. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
64.
Round 164. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 165. Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 166. Ms. Mashat? Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Oh, geez, and by golly, Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
It's 4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 167. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Miss Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 168. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 169. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 170. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 171. Ms. Priestley?
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 172. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Four votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 173. Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
That's right.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 174. Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mushat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 175. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamy. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 176. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 177. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis? Is not in. Ms. Priestley? Not in.
Ma'am? Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 178. Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 179. Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Machette.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 180. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
She didn't put a code on it.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 181. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Mess. And we're gonna have to recess it.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
I'm quite sure that do some negotiating.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Pardon?
Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 182. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alleming? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 183. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alleming? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Ms. Burns? We're about to start round 184. I'm sorry?
Recess this, we'd have to put a motion on the floor to, could we pick this back up? Well, probably in 184, we're going on 11 o'clock, and it doesn't seem we're moving.
You want to table this vote, you mean?
We could we table it?
You can table it to any part of the meeting that you want to a time certain. So you could table it till after resolutions or something like that, for example.
No, I know, I want to hear what she was saying. What, could you repeat
I said
that?
you can table it to a time certain. So if you want to table it till after public speaking, after resolutions, or whenever you want to pick it back up in the same meeting, yes, you can make a motion to table this vote.
And then you would chair the meeting.
That's where you would have to defer to the attorney.
Okay, I'm looking at my options. Thank you.
It's around 184. Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point is, I know that this body voted to have a designated spot for the media, for tripods, for things to be set up. I see Mr. Woodson have his camera set up right here. And so, but again, it's set up. It is set up.
No, it's got to be on a tripod. That's what the rules say.
Okay, so
it's got to be on a tripod.
Point of order.
You got it.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns, what's your point?
That is the tripod, and that is not on a tripod, which has to be in a designated area.
But
I got
go
the
ahead.
floor right now. You did not ask for the floor. You're a stickler for the rules. And so as long as the council person understands, it's not on a tripod. That's what the resolution stated that you guys passed, that it needed to be on it was on a tripod. It's not a tripod. Tripod is going to be anything with 3 legs. If you got 4, you might have a problem.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know that according to the rules here that we can't leave abandoned devices, and so thank you. Again, you don't have the floor. Don't. Okay, I'm bringing him to order. I'm bringing him to order again. Thank you.
Is that because of the window sill? Is it because of the window sill? The camera's in the window sill? What did she see that? It's right over there, charging. Right.
Where is this?
Oh, no. I don't think we have a windowsill ordinance, though.
Okay, we're at round 185. Round 185. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Four votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 186. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Miss Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 187. Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 188. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
3 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 189. Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Okay, back to me counting the resolutions.
Ms. Lewis?
Bad times.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 190. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 191. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Sher Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Four votes for Mr. Jarrett. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 192. Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Sher Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 193. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Mashat. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Pfeiffer. Round 194. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
Point of order. Point of order.
Ms. Priestley, what's your point?
There is so much talking inside of this, and you speak so softly, we cannot hear.
This is round 195. Ms. Priestley.
Yes. Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Ms. Mashat. Ms. Pfeiffer. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machad.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 196. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett. Ooh.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin.
I didn't text. I think this one was from Michelle.
Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machad.
Text all night long.
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Machette.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 197. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Machad.
Ms. Priestley.
Machad.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 198. Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machad.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mushat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 199. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat. It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 200.
We should feel like we should ring a bell or something.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Ms. Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
For the 200th time, Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 201. Mr. Alamin?
This doesn't even sound real.
Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Ms. Mashat?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 202. Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
I know, they think it's
That's 4
funny.
votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for
Yeah.
Mr. Jarrett.
Who's she talking to?
She just down there pissed off.
Round 203.
We 203.
Ms. Priestley?
Help. Excuse me, like the 5th time, bringing him to order, saying I really need help. I mean, Metcalf, what are we doing here? This is Art Woodson on the front row.
Point of order. This man is sitting here, he's talking to Miss Gladys. Why are you all up in their conversation? You need to be focusing on what's going on up here.
Again, according to council rules, it is up to this body to bring members in the audience to order.
You can't even hardly hear him.
You can't even hardly hear? Okay, ma'am. So, again, like the 5th time, we're bringing Mr. Woodson to order. Did Tanya tell you to say this? Listen, let's bring him to order.
You know what? Let's not take shots. Don't do that. Don't you.
Let's bring people to order. Let's not do that.
We don't need to yell. Point of order. Point of order.
You be quiet.
Point of order, Madam Clerk. Somebody be quiet. That's unbecoming of a council person. Somebody be quiet. You'll slash your high.
You know what? You need to roll all that back, okay? Because you were with the council president. You're why we're stuck at 4-4. Well, let's talk about your raggedy wig. How about that? Now. No, because I can.
Hey, point of order. Madam Clerk, point of order.
Where's your point, Ms. Mashat?
We need to get back to conducting the business. It's derailing and it's getting into other things we should not be getting into. Can we please continue voting, Madam Clerk?
Point of order. The second word council person needs to be brought to order for saying that another council person has a lazy eye. What is that?
She is losing it. She's losing it.
Moving on to round 203. Ms. Priestley.
Candace Bichette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jonathan Jarrett for president.
Ms. Mashat. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Sher Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 204. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 205. Ms. Burns.
My mic isn't on, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk. Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
She's so worried about what I look like. Weird.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Bichette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 206. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alleman. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 207. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Bichette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
No, I need more. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 208. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jonathan Jarrett.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 209. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 210. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Miss Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 211. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 212. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 213. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round number 214. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 215. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Is not in. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
That's 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 216. Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. That's 2 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 217. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 218. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Mashat.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Murphy Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 219. Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
When did we start this?
Four votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Ms. Burns? I'm sorry?
What time did we start one round?
The time? You started when the meeting started, which was approximately 6:53.
Thank you.
Round 220. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Mashat.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 221. Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Four votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 222. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 223. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 224. Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat.
All is well.
Round 225. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace. RL.
What?
Calling you to order.
Point of order.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, what's your point?
I'm just trying to figure out, why did the councilwoman in the 4th Ward holler out like that? Wouldn't the right thing be to do is call a point of order? How you just gonna holler out like that?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Four votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 226. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter's not in. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 227. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Stay tuned.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 228. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat?
Point of order. Mr. Mitchell, we're bringing you to order. We're bringing Mr. Mitchell to order. So that's the first time. Next time I speak to him, I'll be asking him to leave. I'll be asking for the police to remove him so we can proceed. This is disorderly.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
It's 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 229. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. That's 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round number 230. Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 3 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 231. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin.
That's $5.
Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
It's pizza.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 232. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 233. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
This one is just some little puzzle thing.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 234. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Jarrett. Mr. Allen. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 235. Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 236. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Mr. Lewis. Mr.
Candace.
Ms. Lewis. Sorry about that. Ms. Priestley is not in. That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 237. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. It's round 238. Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 239. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 240. Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 241. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 242. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. It's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
Round 243. Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
3 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 244. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley is not in. 3, Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 245. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter. 3, Ms. Machette, 4 for Jared. Round 246. Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Jarrett. Round 247. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 248. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. $249. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 250. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. For Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 251. Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 252. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 253. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 254. Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 255. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 256. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
4 Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 257. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. 4 Ms. Machette, 4 for Jarrett. Round 258. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Al-Alamin. 4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 259. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 260. Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 261. Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
4 Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 262. Miss Machette.
Candace Machette.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 263. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette.
Candace Machette.
4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 264. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette.
Candace Machette.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 265. Mr. Al-Alamin. Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 266. Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 267. Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 268. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 269. Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Miss Machette.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 270. Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 271. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette? 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 272. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Miss Burns.
Jarrett.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 273. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter. Miss Burns.
Jarrett.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. 4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 274. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter. Miss Burns.
Jarrett.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. 4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett.
Miss Clerk, Deputy Clerk, I don't know your title.
She's our council secretary.
Madam Secretary.
That sounds like what's on Netflix. I have a question because we're at 270 something. If we can get the legal department's opinion, if we move on and table this and go on to the agenda, who would chair this meeting? He's on his way. We can put a motion on the floor, is what I'm he looks exhausted. He's tired.
I think if a motion were placed on the floor to move basically change the order of the agenda to move the election of the president to later on this agenda, I think this would be one of those situations where the council rule would control and the current president would serve until replaced.
Okay.
So
the clerk would not chair over the meeting.
That's correct. The chairpersonship of the clerk has only limited applicability under your council rules, and one of those situations is the election of a president.
Well, thank you for that and exhibiting the behavior by our former council president. That would be a no for me for this evening. Thank you. She couldn't be civil tonight.
Round 275. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter. Miss Burns.
Jarrett.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 276. Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Miss Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 277. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 278. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 279. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. 4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 280. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 281. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. 1 for Ms. Priestley. 3 for Ms. Mashat. And 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 282. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Pardon? Did you say Candace?
Candace. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Alamin. 4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 283. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 284. Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns. Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 285. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 286. Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Ms. Burns.
Jared.
4 for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 287. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Ms. Burns.
Jared.
Ms. Candace. Ms. Machette. Four for Ms. Machette, 4 for Mr. Jared. Round 288. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
4 Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 289. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley. Miss Winfrey Carter.
Garrett.
Miss Burns.
Jarrett.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. For Miss Machette. For Mr. Jarrett. Round 290. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Garrett.
Miss Burns.
Jarrett.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Alamin. For Miss Machette. For Mr. Jarrett. Round 291. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Garrett.
Miss Burns. Miss Burns, is that? Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
4 for Miss Machette, 3 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 292. Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Garrett.
Miss Burns is not available. Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
4 for Miss Machette, 3 for Mr. Jared. Round 293. Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter. Miss Burns. Four for Miss Machette, 3 for Mr. Jared.
You he's gonna go with them? Okay, because Woodson was gonna take him home. Woodson was gonna take him home.
Round 294. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
So that's what I went over there.
Mr. Jared.
Over there.
Yes, I was originally supposed to start with Burns, but she wasn't in her seat, so I started next with Miss Machette. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis. Miss Presley. Miss Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. 4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 295. Mr. Garrett. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley. Miss Winfrey Carter. Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
For Miss Machette. For Mr. Jarrett. $296. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter. Miss Burns. Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. 4 for Miss Machette. 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 297. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. 4 for Miss Machette, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 298. Miss Priestley.
Candace.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Miss Burns.
Jared.
Miss Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Miss Lewis.
Candace.
4 Miss Machette, 4 Mr. Jarrett. Round 299. Miss Winfrey Carter.
Point of order.
What's your point?
How did I become round 299? I should be an even.
Last round was Miss Priestley went first.
That's not how it was supposed to be. Something is missing. I'm always an even number. So
Well, Miss Burns did get up, so we missed her and went to Candace.
you weren't supposed to miss her.
She wasn't in her seat.
That's not how it's been going.
Madam Secretary will step away and let the clerk take over.
Y'all need to fix it.
So she didn't get to put her, she put her slip in the box, though, didn't she? Did she put it in?
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter, I think we might have figured out, it was probably around 293, where Ms. Burns wasn't in her seat, and then apparently she started with Ms. Mushat instead of Ms. Burns. So it did throw it off. But that was like 5 rounds ago, so it did throw the count off. So that was just a mistake. But it's still, you know, the votes are still the same, but it did throw off the, who was calling first for the rounds. So we're at round 299. And we will start with you at 299, if that's okay. Ms. Burns. Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. It's round 300. Ms. Burns. Ms. Mushat.
For the 300th time, Candace Mushat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
For the 300th time, Candace Mushat.
Ms. Priestley.
Miss Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. It's round 301. Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mushat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 302. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? That's 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat.
4 minutes. She probably home watching.
Round 303. Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin.
What?
Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
It's 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 304. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 305. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 306. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 307. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett. Of course.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
She looking exhausted.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 308. Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 309. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 310. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen is not in, sorry. Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat? 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 311. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Garrett.
Look like she about to go to sleep.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 312. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 313. Ms. Lewis? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 314. Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat?
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 315. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 316. Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Excuse me. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Ms. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 317. Ms. Mushat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace.
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jared.
Ms. Burns? That's 4 votes for Ms. Mushat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 318. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat. That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 320. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mushat. Round 321. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mushat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 322. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jared.
Ms. Burns.
Jared.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Sher Allen. That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 323. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jared.
Ms. Burns.
Jared.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Sorry, I just need to check something. Okay, so my counting is, the number is off. I skipped round 319, I went to 320. So this is actually round 323. The last round was 322. This is round 323 with Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jared.
Ms. Burns.
Jared.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
That's 4 for Mr. Jarrett. and 4 for Ms. Mashat. Round 324. Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
That's 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mashat. Sorry, I'm trying to keep the front doors open at the same time. Round 325. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 326. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat. That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett and 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 327. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 328. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. It's 4 for Ms. Mashat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 329. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 330. Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. It's round 331. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Well, that's funny.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 332. Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
My favorite 7th Ward Councilperson, Candace Mashat.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 333. Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 1 vote for Mr. Pfeiffer. Round 334. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat. 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. It's round 335. Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 1 vote for Ms. Lewis, 3 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 336. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace. Winfrey Carter.
Garrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 337. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley. Candace. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Garrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Allen. It's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 338. Ms. Priestley. Candace. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Garrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jonathan Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 339. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Allen. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat. Round 340. Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
Candace Mashat.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace?
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Jarrett.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 341. Ms. Mushat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett?
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Candace?
Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Jonathan Jarrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jarrett.
4 for Ms. Mushat, 4 for Mr. Jarrett. Round 342. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat.
Candace Mushat.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mushat. Round 343. Mr. Jarrett.
Jarrett.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Jarrett.
Ms. Burns.
Jarrett.
Ms. Mushat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
That's 4 for Mr. Jarrett, 4 for Ms. Mushat. Round 344. Mr. Alamin. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, just point of order. We need to have the audience stop yelling out again. I'll give you a break when you give us some order. So been told she need to be removed, stating go back to sleep. And again, over here yelling wake up, being brought to order. Follow the rules, we won't have a problem. Mr. Woodson, that you have been brought to order several times too. That's your last warning. Officers, can you all remove him too? Tired of bringing the same people to order all night.
Point of order, Madam Clerk, they have not been given a warning. She is not chairing this meeting.
Again, per my order, that if I ask to have them removed per constant disruptions, they will be removed. So
What rule? Point of order, Madam Clerk. What rule is she talking per her rules?
I'm sorry, I was.
What are we doing here? Okay, I mean, do we have to have Chief Green come so people can stop getting all these warnings? What needs to happen?
Let's continue on with this, please.
Yes, after we have some order.
You get in order. That's the person that needs to get in order. You get in order. These people are not messing with you.
I will definitely get in order after I done brought Mr. Woodson to order like 5 or 6 times tonight. Gladys the same. They remain in their seats, yelling out. This is what we have here. And I was advised. Ma'am, would you be quiet?
You be quiet. You the one that's yelling out.
Yes, and I will proceed. So, according to Chief Green, if we ask to have someone removed, they need to go. We asked all night. This has been the same.
Point of order.
That's not what Chief Green said.
Point of order.
That's not
Clerk Donahue, let's continue this, please.
Until they are removed from this meeting because they've been brought to order several times.
Point of order.
If we're not going to have order, why are we here?
Clerk,
if we want to let people yell out, why are we here? We have council rules.
I said point of order. You were the president. Let the clerk answer. Madam Clerk, Chief Green did not say throw people out. He said he's tired of her throwing people out. Now you tell the truth. Let them do. Let's proceed and finish this up.
Ma'am, we shall not, because you're the one who said you're scared to come because of disorderly conduct. And so when your friends are disorderly, you sit here complicit. Mr. Villarreal, Sergeant Villarreal, what are we going to do? Are we going to let them continue to have comedy hour on the first row or what? What are we doing?
Madam Clerk, can we proceed because she's irrational? Somebody give her a snack or something. It's going off on people for no reason. Let's finish this. The clerk, she is not the president.
No, the clerk stated.
The clerk
stated, Miss Burns, Miss Burns,
Ladale Lewis.
Listen.
It says you have to give a warning.
According to the rules, the clerk stated that the council members are to bring the audience members to order because she's not doing it.
And
we done brought Gladys and Art to order too many times. And so, ma'am, you're scared to come to the meeting.
Oh, I'm not scared.
Okay. You're right.
You wasn't scared.
You're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. Don't do what?
Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Finish this
you
meeting.
stated you were scared. Now you're here.
Listen,
you said there's no order. We're getting order. We're getting order, Miss Burns. We're getting order. We're getting order. We're getting order. So Sergeant Villarreal, what are we going to do about the constant disruptions on the first row? They are being disorderly. What are we going to do? They've been disorderly all night. We have the mine ministry lady over here. What are we going to do all night?
But Point of order, you cannot attack the residents.
She's out of order too. She's out of order too.
You just don't like
She's out of order too.
What's out of order with what she doing?
Okay, what's out of order?
What's out of order? Because she's moving?
Getting up dancing in the middle of a
What's
meeting?
wrong with that? Maybe you need
What is the matter with getting up dancing in the middle of the meeting? That's fine.
What rule is being broken by dancing?
Right. It's a no dancing rule now.
Okay, getting up dancing in the middle of the meeting, that's fine.
You can do that.
Okay, sure you can get up and dance in the middle of the meeting.
This
You got it.
is insane. And she's been arguing we could be on number 410.
Right now, all that's happened is these two have been called to order. That's it. Nobody disorderly conduct, nobody getting removed. None of that right now.
Okay, let me go call Chief Green. Okay. Because she want to be right. Just let that, let's go.
She can make a phone call.
She get ready to call Chief Green. That's what she should have did when she had a riot up in here. Now she get ready to call on the police and the clerk. How you call on the clerk? Look at her, she calling. That is so immature.
This is what happens when you don't obey.
I think everybody knows though.
Madam Clerk, can we continue, please?
Yes, let's continue. Are we on what, 3:45?
Point of order.
What is your point? What is your point? Somebody call a point of order?
I did.
Yep. Ms. Mashat?
What number are we on?
We're on round 344.
This is ridiculous.
Okay.
Round 344.
The time that she's spending, look, I'll stay here for 5 days and no sleep, as long as she ain't the president.
And Mr. Allen. Mr. Alamin is the only one that has voted so far for Ms. Mashat.
Where were we?
Round 344.
Were we in the middle of a vote?
We're in the middle of the vote.
I can't hear you, Madam Clerk.
We're in the middle of the roll call when that happened. So this is round 344 with Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Candace.
Ms. Priestley.
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Garrett.
And Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns.
Garrett.
Ms. Mashat.
They haven't even received a warning.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett.
She's so immature. I kid you not. Just it's
That's
embarrassing.
4 votes for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett.
Madam Clerk, we cannot hear you.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett, 4 votes for Ms. Mashat.
Point of order, Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk. Who has the authority to remove residents?
Without a warning.
Without a warning, in your council rules, I would say the police. can remove someone without your permission if they're a threat or something like that, but your
There has
rules
been
say
no
the council
threat.
members shall call someone to order and that you give warnings. They only speak, your rules speak to council members.
So, to the council records, who has got a warning today?
Formally?
Yes.
I believe you didn't vote on any, I don't
Right.
think. I don't think anybody's got a, hold on.
Nobody's going to have one special affairs. During this one, nobody.
Point of order, Madam Clerk. I brought them to order, and I also gave them a warning. I stated on the record I'm going to ask for them to be removed if they
Point of
proceed
order.
to disrupt the meeting.
That's not true. Point of order. You did not give them a warning.
So
That's
we don't
not
have
true.
the
You're telling
ability
a
to.
lie.
I asked.
We don't have the
You're just
ability
lying.
to appeal any warnings or anything, so
Right.
how is that valid?
Exactly. She's making it up as she go.
I give the councilwoman in the second ward a warning. Appeal it. I don't like that look. That's your second warning. Please remove yourself. Mr. Villarreal,
need to
could you
remove her
the
then.
councilwoman in the second ward, please? She's been given 2 warnings, and I've asked her to remove herself.
Point of
If
order.
we want to play that game.
Point
let's
of
play the
order.
game.
Madam Clerk, point of order.
What's your point?
We're not playing a game. We're playing the fact that we are upholding the disorderly person city code subsection, which speaks to if you persist to disrupt the meeting, if you persist to be disorderly, you will be asked to leave this meeting.
Point of order. You have been disorderly and disrupted this meeting so many times tonight. So, your abusive point of order, and I'm now giving you a third warning.
Excuse me, Mr. Pfeiffer, you don't have the floor.
You have
and so it is the duty of this body to bring the audience to order. You refuse to exercise your duty, and you're calling me disorderly for doing so. We will have order in these chambers as long as I'm in this seat. And so per our rules, as you continue to yell out, call me moose and etc., while you all over here giggle and act like it's not happening, okay? As we continue to do this, I brought them to order and asked for them to be removed from this meeting because we continue to be disruptive. Now, I understand that's your friend.
Point of order.
But we must
Point
make
of
sure we have order.
This is not a valid point of order. You're using the point of order to take the floor. This is your 4th warning.
Remove yourself.
Mr. Villarreal, please remove the councilwoman in the second ward. She has given 4 warnings. No, we haven't voted on removing him.
We didn't vote on removing him. We couldn't even appeal if he was given a warning. He wasn't even given a warning. Anytime a warning is given, we can appeal the ruling of the chair. He has had no warning. She's making it up.
The Chief Green.
Point of order.
Chief Green don't run this, okay?
Chief Green is the
No,
chief of
we have
police,
council rules.
and according to
Understand
the
where the
rules
authority
and
lies.
according to the safety plan,
Your safety
they
plan don't
are
matter. That is not his
responsible
safety
for
plan.
maintaining order in these chambers. We don't have to. We already voted on the rules. These are rules already established.
Listen, you made up that plan.
These are rules already established. Okay.
Very well.
Madam Clerk, please continue with the roll.
All right. We're at round 345. Round. Round 345. Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Candace.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Garrett.
Ms. Burns?
Jared.
Ms. Bichette is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. Jarrett.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alameen is not in. That's 1 vote for Ms. Mashat, 4 votes for Mr. Jarrett. Round 346.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett?
What happens if we lose quorum tonight?
Well, you just did.
You just did.
Yes, just did. Did they not see a nasty attitude?
Yes. Right.
For the record, the councilwoman in the 4th ward broke quorum. The councilwoman in the 2nd ward broke quorum. The councilman in the 1st ward broke quorum. The councilwoman in the 7th ward broke quorum.
At least we showed up.
Oh, who's still in their seat? Keep walking. Keep walking. Shut up.
I'm going to speak off the record. The meeting is over, but I will also defer to the attorney because you lost the quorum before you made this appointment.
They messed it up.
When you have your committee meetings on Wednesday, the chairs will still be the chairs because no successor was chosen. And in the rules. The rules say if you don't pick someone, well, the
goofy rules.
The charter speaks to when you are appointed, when you are certified as elected. It does not speak to the every year. When you refer to that charter section that says 7:30, it's talking about when you're certified as elected.
Okay, but my question as to the committees, only one committee had an appointment. What about the other 2? Because government ops and legislative don't.
So I will defer to the attorney.
Okay.
But this,
because they didn't assign they didn't assign a governmental ops when the previous council person in the 9th ward
That's
was
correct.
here.
They would still be vacant.
And so too was vacant legislative.
Correct.
Okay.
So hold on, to you, clerk, Attorney Cups. There's only one. The finance chair does not have a term, but that is appointed by the president. We have not chosen a president because the council person, the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 7th broke quorum. So we do not have anyone that we have put to the seat because they broke quorum.
And I'm sorry, I missed Clerk Donahue's position.
I wouldn't even think he's listening.
So here's my position. So when we speak to the charter and the council rules, we have to go by the charter. We didn't put these rules in place, not the 4 of us, because they were rules that should have never been put in place. There's only one term that doesn't state the length of the term, and that is the finance chair. But the finance chair it is selected by the president. So us coming back to put people in office again makes no sense. I'm not in agreement with that. We need to figure out one. Maybe we cannot elect at a council meeting, but they are done. It's 1 year.
That's for the state of the city address. No, that's for the state of the city address.
346.
Well, it could be, but I don't think the mayor would
The state of the state of the city.
That's his meeting. That's his
That
meeting.
special meeting was posted just for his address, so you can't add any other agenda items.
So how can you have a council meeting?
Well, and that's what, so
And-
are we saying, Attorney Cups, that because we did not select someone, that Liddell Lewis remains the president?
No.
And hold on, I'm asking the attorney, 'cause I wanted to put on the record, and that Judy remains the finance chair, and who was over governmental? Nobody.
It was,
Right.
Quincy for government.
Governmental ops. They'll rig it up. Rig it up. They'll make it up.
They'll do what they've been doing.
Lie.
They'll have a council meeting and call, vote to call us, vote to go into recess, and then call each council member that was not here. That's what they'll do.
We didn't crack. They was mad as hell.
They mad.
Y'all hell strong, man. Y'all wave him out, man. Hey, she wanted to break this up. She wanted to everything, man, because they was ready to go.
She wanted us to get up and leave.
Yeah,
she did. I told y'all it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the good.
Hey, look, she thought they was gonna get mad and jump up.
Yep, that's what she thought. They tried. Didn't work.
Yeah, man. Hey, y'all. Liddell, let's see. Beyond Elamine, Liddell.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Hey, the mic's still on. It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.